Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Tansi, how are we all doing out there this morning? I'm sure we had a wonderful sleep. We're all ready to get going again. Well, oh my gosh, what an amazing evening yesterday was. But we're going to all get settled in for our day today. It's going to be incredible. Some beautiful workshops happening today. It's going to be so awesome. And good morning, everyone. Welcome back. My name is Lance Cardinal. I come from the Big Stone Cree Nation in Treaty 8 territory, and I'm so excited to be here today as your MC and host for the rest of the week. I'm here all week. You got me all week. So this is me, and I'm going to be here with you all, so I'm so excited. Last night, oh my gosh, what an evening. What an amazing celebration we had last night. What a bunch of beautiful performers, a lot of incredible truths, a lot of incredible speeches, and powerful Indigenous people. Trying to steal my moccasins. I'm wearing my Manitoba muckalucks. You know, these are my moccasins. I can get dirty because they have that sole on the feet, so it's perfect. We got our Eagle River drummers back again. The Troublemakers are here. And we love you guys so much. Incredible performers. A few things to talk about this morning before we start. We have some business to take care of. I want to remind you all that there's shopping. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. I mean, I'm not a shopaholic, but I do love to spend money. And so we have some amazing artisans out in the lobby. Please support our artisans. We love them. We need to support our artists with money. They need money from us because it's a hard life. I'm one of the artisans who are usually out there, and we want to go out there and spend as much money as we can to support those incredible artists. Also, we have status card updates happening in the lobby. On that end of the hallway, there's status card updating and registration. So if you want to update your card or even research if you're eligible or want to register for your status card, it's happening for all nations here in the lobby. That is such an amazing thing to have here today. We also have simultaneous interpretation headsets available for French-speaking people. We have headsets available in this room. If you want to have that happen for you, please speak to our tech team in the back. They can give you a headset, and you'll have interpretation the entire day in this room only. And also we have opportunities to provide statements with the NCTR statement gathering team. They are here all week long. Please go talk to Gloria and Fallon in the lobby and register a time if you would like to give your statement officially. I'm doing mine today, and I cannot wait to do that. It's so important to share our stories. Also, we want to let you know that tonight there's bingo! Oh my gosh! Woo! Bingo! Yes! I love bingo. And we're also going to have fiddlers at the bingo tonight. So we're going to have jigging and winning. And if you do a jig, you get double prizes. No, you don't. I made that up. That's not happening. But I'll give you my prize if you do a jig for me. I promise you that. All right, my friends. Well, before we begin, a gentle reminder that health and cultural support workers are available throughout the day. This gathering may bring up strong emotions, and we encourage everyone to take care of themselves in the way that feels right for you. You're always welcome to sit or stand, step outside for fresh air, or connect with our support team at any time. We'd also like to extend a heartfelt thank you to Jenny Tenasco for offering smudging this morning, helping many of us begin and ground ourselves in a good way. And I had my smudge this morning, and it just helps. It helps to remember why we're here, to have that spirit with us. It's so important. Love that so much. All right. It is time now to begin our opening ceremony for the day. So many great speakers. We have Dr. Makokis later on this morning. We also have some incredible breakouts this morning, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But for now, let's begin in a good way. We want to start, we want to do a call to gather to our incredible Eagle River singers. So let's invite, with a big round of applause, our Eagle River singers. Amazing. Thank you so much, the Eagle. Oh, these are the bad boys of our conference. Cookum's boys. Amazing, that drum beat. Wow, it's amazing how much that makes me feel like home. That reminds me of home and how much that heartbeat of Mother Earth connects all of us all across Turtle Island. We're all connected by that rhythm. It just makes me remember who I am. I love it so much. Oh my gosh. All right, now we're going to be getting a welcome to the territory once again by our incredible elder, Claudette Commando. Please welcome her to the stage.
Kwe Shiba. Good morning. Bon matin. Let's say this again. Let's say it again because it is indeed a beautiful morning. Good morning, Kwe Shiba Minigoosiwin. Let's all say good morning in each of our languages. Kwe Shiba. I want to begin by thanking my beautiful Kokum boys. Thank you for that beautiful morning song. Miigwech. Right, guys? Miigwech? Okay. To the elders, to the survivors, to community members, leaders, but toutes les chefs, les grands chefs, to Stephanie, the National Center of Truth and Reconciliation, future generations, and all who are here. It is such a pleasure. It is always an honor to stand before you, to greet you. It is always a blessing to have that opportunity each and every day to open our eyes and see the beauty that the Creator blesses us with. Our Mother, the Earth, our grandfather, the sun, our grandmother, the moon, our relatives, and to acknowledge our ancestors. And as I stand here before my ancestors and my relatives, as I acknowledge my ancestors, our ancestors of the Algonquin people, to you, the Algonquin people in the audience, Anishinaabe, the Anishinaabe, O Mama Wininiwag. We greet you with kindness. We greet you with love. And we know that we are all related, all related. And we say, Miigwech kibija yegoma nongum bijajikoma Anishinaabe. We welcome each and every one of you beautiful people to this beautiful homeland that the Creator has blessed our people with. We thank the Creator for this beautiful land, the land that we have been here since time immemorial, and the land that we will be here forevermore for our children today and tomorrow and forever. As we acknowledge our ancestors, we acknowledge each and every one of you, your ancestors, and we gather here today and tomorrow to share, to be kind, to learn, and just to be together and give acknowledgement of the love, the kindness, and the respect and the blessing that the Creator gives us each and every day. The blessing of opening our eyes to live and walk upon Mother Earth another day, to hear the beautiful voices and the drum and the heartbeat of Mother Earth, even to have humor, because we know medicine, laughter is good medicine, is it not? And yesterday evening was a beautiful, fantastic evening. And I thank each and every one of you, and to you, the survivors, I thank you for your strength, your resilience, your kindness, and sharing with us. And when we think about survivors, we are all survivors. And we are very resilient, we're very strong, and we are very loving people. Think about that gift that the Creator's given us, love. It was love that ensured that we would be here today It was love and the prayers of our ancestors and our relatives in the spirit world to ensure that we would be here today, and we will continue to be here. Chimiigwej niwichkiwedug. I thank you, my friends. I thank you, my relatives. And I'm not sure if Chief Willie Littlechild is in the audience, but if he is in the audience, I say this to him, and if he's not in the audience, I hope that somebody takes the message to him. So yesterday evening, he shared with us when he was in residential school, during a Christmas pageant, they made him be the Christmas tree, right? Well, today I wear the Christmas tree in his honor, this brooch. So please let Willie know that we honor him with this Christmas tree brooch. But anyhow, and thank you so much for the beautiful song that you sang with Willie, and how you had your traditional and ancestral fish song. Okay? So welcome, 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 welcome. Let's greet one another with a welcome in our heart, and let's be together as the beautiful people that the Creator blessed us to be as a Anishinaabe, no matter what nation we come from. Chimiigwej, Kizagian, I love you all. Have a good day. Thank you. Miigwej.
I told him to shop. I told him to shop. Okay. She's reminded to tell you all this. Don't forget to shop. We're not going to forget to shop. Thank you so much, Elder Commander, for that incredible welcome. And now we're going to have our opening prayer by Elder Frank Cote.
Good morning. Nice to see everybody here. We're going to thank the Creator with a morning prayer in my language, and also use your language to make an offering. Chimiigwej Minigoosiwin, Gaagii Ishi Minigoosiwin, Chimiigwej nongo she Gaagii Ishi Minigoosiwin. Ne seven gamijian sheba. Sit wuso kawisniang iki minigo menne iki mijian ya. Chimiigwej hunde ki gonzak kenna we can bing we sinzak ya chipmadziang on the Turtle Island. Chimiigwej kukumisak shumsak sit to be keeses. She's shock. Chimiigwej can I go on? She's Miss Young on say no go mamando sayang. Chim scusi young. She's the bad among no good bad dog residential school guys in Cardiff. The name and Dabijaton, Gaagii Ishi Gaagii took a Gaagii Ishi 200, Chimney 200, Snabeman. Conditioning the toasting. You do comegas, yeah. Got the bottom watch. And it's the cause water. My technique. You get so now what you to watch. Can't get you to sick. No good as I say. Get in then. Chimiigwej we do Kusian. Chip Madazian. Chip in the Madzian. Chimiigwej. Young woman was go boss against magic. Says Chigiwe watch. Ni Johnson will mob my watch. Chimiigwej, Simneto, Miigwej.
Thank you so much, Elder Cote, for that beautiful morning prayer, starting us off in a good way. It was incredible. And speaking of incredible, we have something so special now for all of you. We are so honored today to be having a water ceremony being done for us this morning. So I want to welcome up to the stage Sierra Pelletier. Let's give her a round of applause, please.
Ani bojo, Pimaatisin Gaagii Ishi Minigoosiwin, Bejo Madiquendao. Hi, my name is Sierra. Well, Pimaatisin, Gaagii. I'm of the Eagle clan, and I'm first degree Made. I just want to offer up a water song to pray for the water. This song was given to me when I was a young girl by my mom, Stephanie Ba. And it talks about how Mother Earth and the Nibe are connected because the Nibe is Mother Earth's lifeblood. It also talks about the importance of the Nibe because there's no life without it. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, ho. Nibi wabo nendayang. Ake miske wabo. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, ho. Nibi wabo nendayang. Ake miske wabo. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, ho. Nibi wabo nendayang. Ake miske wabo. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, ho. Nibi wabo nendayang. Ake miske wabo. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, ho. Gaagii Ishi Miigwech Nakanagina.
Wow, that was incredible. I've never seen that before. So thank you so much. That was beautiful, Sierra. We are so grateful and honored to see that and be a part of that with you, and to your mother for those songs. Thank you, thank you. All right, miigwech to all who've shared their prayers, songs, and teachings this morning. Thank you for opening this day in a good way and for guiding us forward together. So important. All right, my friends, I now want to invite Stephanie Scott, Executive for the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation, to say a few words. So let's invite her up to the stage. Oh my gosh, she's right there.
I knew the script, so I was coming up. Bonjour, good morning, everyone. It's so great to see all of you here, and I hope you had a really good rest this morning, last night. Miskwa nakwada kwe Indigenous Wabashishi Dodem. It's a privilege to gather here with you all this morning on the traditional unceded lands of the Algonquin Nation. And last night we hosted our gala dinner, and it was extremely powerful and beautiful, and again celebrate and honor each and every one of you, and thank you again for being here. Powerful, filled with songs, dance, young people, reflections, and we heard the words of Dr. Wilton Littlechild speaking about truth, justice, and reconciliation and how we move forward for the next decade. For those of you that I haven't met yet, I'm Stephanie Scott, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. My family is from Roseau River Anishinaabe First Nation and Treaty 1 territory. I am the daughter of a survivor, and I'm a 60 Scoop survivor. I just would really like to offer a heartfelt miigwech to our relatives who gave us the gifts of prayer and song and ceremony this morning. Elder Commanda, Elder Cote, Sierra, Eagle River Singers, say miigwech, you have lifted us. And Sierra, when I heard you this morning, our dear Stephanie Bon was really like touching, and I celebrate and honor you because she was instrumental in the work that we have done, and we miss her too dearly, so miigwech. There are so many people at this gathering who deserve to be acknowledged and thanked: the speakers, the elders and knowledge keepers, cultural performers, health support workers, and all those working hard behind the scenes to get us to this event. I want to thank their excellencies and former commissioners, Chief Wilton Littlechild, Dr. Marie Wilson, whom you will hear from later on today. And thank you again for being here with us. Their presence and support are really deeply appreciated. And most importantly, I do again want to acknowledge the survivors, those who are with us here today, those across the country, those that tuned in online, and all those who are no longer with us. Blessings to each and every one of you. And again, we know that we are the reason, and you are the reason that we do this work, and we have worked hard, and we will continue to work hard for you. We owe survivors so much. Our deepest respect, our utmost care, and eternal gratitude, miigwech, to all the survivors in the room. We hope to continue to move forward together and ensure that as we do, we are always mindful of survivors, the health supports, and our families that care for us in doing this work and walking this path. We always ensure that you are listened to, respected, and always treated with care and compassion. And our duty is to ensure that your oral histories, your lives will be protected and preserved at the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. Again, I say miigwech to you all, and I'm looking forward to spending more time with you. Enjoy your day, and I hope to learn some more. Miigwech.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, for those incredible words. And we have to highlight these gorgeous heels she's wearing today. This girl, look at those heels. Beautiful. Important, and why we're here today, which is all about love and healing. And that's why we're together, to do that together. Oh my gosh, okay, that was our first amazing moment, and now we're gonna do some breakout sessions. But before we go for our break, I wanna let you know what's happening this morning for the breakouts. So right here in this room, we're gonna be having a survivor sharing circle, reflections on healing in the last 10 years. That's happening here in this room at 11 o'clock, like everything else is happening. The second room is happening, is a art as therapy session. It's an outline of the use of Indigenous teaching tools, the medicine wheel, to realistically understand Indigenous methodologies and applied teachings to harness and activate personal visions and dreams. That's happening in breakout room number 1, Governor General room 1, so go check that out there. And the third session we're doing is the hand drum, the heartbeat of Mother Earth, a workshop to explore the hand drum and the teachings involved with the hand drums. That's happening in the Governor General room number 2. So that's the 3 sessions that are happening. First one's here, and room number 1 and room number 2. So make sure and decide which one you want to go to. They're all going to be incredible. But for now, it is time to have a break until 11 o'clock. So we're a little bit early ahead of schedule. Thank you so much, Dr. Makokis. And we're going to have some time to have a break. And please go out there, do some shopping, support our artisans, have some coffee, go outside if you need to, and come on back at 11 o'clock. Thank you all so much. All right, my friends, we're just about to begin our first session here, so we'll give you a couple minutes to get settled in. If we could ask everyone to move, if they would like to closer to our speakers, that's up to you, but you're welcome to stay where you are as well. But we want to just start our first session right away here. And as you know, we are here moving into a survivor sharing circle, a space for reflection on healing over the past 10 years. And we are so grateful to have the survivors who have chosen to share with us today. And I want to introduce everyone who's going to be speaking today real briefly here so we know who we're talking to today. We have Lavina Brown, Laurie McDonald, Leanne Slay, Leanne Slay. And Chief Bobby Joseph. And we also have our moderator today, Raymond Frogner of NCTR. So we want to welcome everyone who's here today for this sharing circle. Thank you for being here. And Dr. Makokis, anytime you want my work, you want my designs, I'm yours. All right, my friends, welcome. We're about to begin our circle.
So the focus is on healing with 10 years span, right?
Yeah. Lots of waters and everything here. Everyone's got everything they need. Okay. Wonderful. All right. We'll find her. Okay. She's probably shopping. We're just waiting for Lavina to arrive. I'm sure she's probably out there shopping like the rest of us. So once she arrives, we'll begin our sharing circle. Oh, isn't there so much to see? All right, here we go. Hi, Raymond.
The lights are pretty bright.
They don't have anything. And I'm saying, so I went and I said, I'm a survivor. She's a survivor. I'm the only one on that group who was a survivor and able to talk to say
Hello,
what
hello.
happened,
Okay.
where the graves are. And Indigenous people.
Bonjour, madame. On va commencer. Ooh, those lights.
I think we should come closer. That's why I'm moving you.
Yes. Tanse Raymond Netigason, Notari Oscar Egua Nigari Doris Natatoscan, National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. Bonjour, je m'appelle Raymond, je suis le directeur de recherche et le directeur des archives pour le Centre national pour la vérité et la réconciliation. Hello, my name is Raymond. I'm the Senior Director of Research and the Director of Archives for the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. I'm honored today to be asked to be a moderator for a group of very highly regarded survivors who will discuss in very general ways in their own personal tales and perspectives reflections on healing for the last 10 years. So the order of the speakers will be, unfortunately, Chief Bobby Joseph of the Kwakwaka'wakw peoples is not able to make it here today, so we have a video for him. We will then go in order of Lavinia Brown, Laurie McDonald, and then finally, Leanne Slay. So I don't want to take up too much time. As I said, I'm just a moderator. I want this to be a very relaxed, casual, safe and open discussion. So if I could turn to the video professionals to begin the presentation of Chief Bobby Joseph.
Greetings, all my relatives. Nugwadi Kuligetsi Wakasa. My name is Big Thunderbird Awesome River. I'm one of the many chiefs among the Kwakwaka'wakw. By the way, I attended a residential school, St. Michael's Residential School, and oddly enough, I live about 150 yards away from it this day. I'm on former school grounds of that same school. And so I had an 11-year experience in the school, of course, and there was a huge fallout from that. It mitigated a really difficult journey for me. After I left that school, I spiraled down for a considerable amount of time. But lucky that there were people around who knew about healing, who were healers, and who were dedicated and committing to healing people like myself from the fallout of residential schools. In my own time, I became directly involved. I became the executive director of the Indian Residential School Society in Vancouver. And there were other things that I did that were just, for me, so amazing. And I ended up being co-chair for a national volunteer committee that actually worked on creating a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. But I was so honored to be working on that particular commission. And I believe that since the brilliance of the commissioners that we had, especially Murray Sinclair, that we've actually begun to change this country already. And more importantly, begun to help survivors along the way in their healing journey. And there were other processes that I belonged to. I sat with 4 other survivors who sat with former Prime Minister Harper and helped him to draft his apology. And so I was just so fortunate to be a part of different processes that brought us to where we are today. Now having a full living Truth Commission that continues on to this day. And as I mentioned, it already has helped to begin to reshape this country with Aboriginal people and all other Canadians. We have a relationship now that will never be the same. This nation woke up to the idea that it had done some terrible wrong, and the churches as well, to the Indigenous people of Canada. But now we are, all the parties, attempting to make efforts together, and sometimes they by themselves, to bring about change. that begins to heal Indigenous people from coast to coast. I have never been more optimistic. We've been at this process now for 10 years. And I've seen people and companies and society and governments and big corporations all stepping up in ways that they've never stepped up before. And while we're early into this process of reconciliation, we've made a good start. It's on the consciousness of this country now that we have a horrid history together that is now sometimes characterized as genocide. And so everybody, as far as I know, wants to try to make amends, to make things right. So it behooves all of us to stay on top of this idea of reconciliation. The communities that I've been to, they're still talking about reconciliation. And there are many ways to reconcile. Reconciliation begins, absolutely begins with you and with me, wherever we live, wherever we are. We have to embrace the idea that all of our virtue and principles and experience have not been aligned in a good way. And we start with reconciliation by applying reconciliation to our own lives. That rolls out and translates into healing. Of course, healing is reconciliation, and it's the first step that you take and apply to yourself to find balance and harmony in your life. So here we are, we're much better nations all across the country. We're beginning to believe in ourselves. We're beginning to reclaim our spirit, our identity, our languages, our ways of governance, our ways of being. That's how powerful reconciliation in Canada has been. It starts with you and I, and to others who are not Indigenous. You've got to embrace this idea as well. And then it starts with you and your family and the community you live in, and then outward until everyone in this very beautiful country knows that we are together. We're at Nunavut, one with each other, looking for ways to elevate our relationships. So it's essential all the while that we're moving forward incrementally and doing different things, that we maintain the dialogue. Nothing will happen if we don't maintain the dialogue, because dialogue creates understanding. And there's so much for us, Indigenous people and other Canadians, that we need to understand about our collective history, the history before us. So dialogue, understanding, and then you reach out in special ways to each other. I think that one of the things we're going to discover about reconciliation is that we're going to learn to love ourselves fiercely. We haven't done that since colonization was a force in this country. But now we're beginning to reclaim, take back our true selves. Now we can be who we were originally intended to be, and bring that forward in a mosaic with other Canadians. Because if reconciliation is going to last in this country, it has to have meaning and impact for all Indigenous people and Canadians. So we need to be talking to each other, consulting with each other, reaching out to industry, to big corporations, to social organizations, to our political networks across the country. Every aspect of our life must now be seen through the perspective of a reconciliation lens. So we have much to do, and all of that will require everyone being committed to the idea that we can be better, that our consciousness can be higher, that we can take care of each better and be proud, all of us proud. Across this country, I'm watching Indigenous communities reclaiming their languages. We're getting more and more speakers, and it's such a significant development, because when we think about the language, Indigenous languages, they are the only languages that can truly tell us about what our long-held worldviews were. And I think that we need to go back to some of that, because as you can see around the country, it's such a broken mosaic, and we're broken with the environment. We need to do better. And so it's in relearning our language that it's going to guide us in how we reach out to others in the country, non-Indigenous people. So always be a voice for reconciliation. Always be a champion. Always be an advocate. First, like I said, starting in your family, starting with our youth, starting with our own communities, then branching out. It's so critical to have that sense of force behind reconciliation and healing. By the way, reconciliation and healing go hand in hand. Whenever you heal, that's a piece of reconciliation. So I don't want any of us spending time trying to determine whether or not reconciliation is real or not. It's absolutely real. And it depends on an hour and day and time in which you apply it and grow it, that there will be benefits. And so it's not always just about reconciliation, reconciling with the newcomer. It's you reconciling yourself with your family and your community, reconciling yourself to our history and our culture, and reconciling yourselves to the idea that we've got to reach out to those neighbors who are going to be here forever with us, living side by side. So we have to create that balance and harmony and sense of peace that allows all of us to grow in a good way.
Thank you, Chief Joseph. I'm afraid in the interest of time, yes, thank you very much. And our next speaker is Lavinia Brown, a Nunuk survivor from Rankin Inlet. She's also known as the first woman mayor of Rankin Inlet. Yeah, very impressive. And she's dedicated her life to the development and promotion of community capacity, building for health and social services. And over to you.
Thank you. Since I know you, I'll call you Raymond. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm from Rankin Inlet, Nunavut. I was born out on a land where there was nothing, no houses, no government services, no hospital. My father delivered me. And it was so unfortunate, like, I know the story because my father told me. My mom went into labor with me on a dog team in coldest month of the year, month of February. My father steering the dog team. In the middle is my 4-year-old older sister. My mom had a baby on her back, 2.5 years old, and she's in labor with me. So when my dad told me the story, I knew my life was going to be rocky, was going to be lots of obstacles and lots of challenges. And as I was growing up and remembered a lot of things that happened, it taught me I didn't want to be there. I don't want a rocky life. I want a better life. And at a young age, I learned that. And we went to resident school, federal day school, and those schools had big sign above their door when you entered. It says, "No speaking Eskimo, only English." Our language was first language was only our Inuktitut. That's all we spoke in our home. In resident schools and federal day schools, we weren't allowed to speak at all. We got big punishment if we were caught speaking Inuktitut. So our voices were taken away. And I really believe that we learned a lot of body language trying to communicate to each other. Us children did that. We were good to each other because there was a lot of pain, and we comfort with each other without talking. And I truly believe these two signs are erupted from that resident school. With your eyebrows raised like that, it means yes. If you crunch your nose like that, that means no. Because we certainly had a language at home with our parents and our family. So that was a painful experience when we couldn't speak. I got accused for not being able to speak. A sister beside me, my desk. The sister said, "Look at Lavinia here. She can't even speak. Why? She can't even sing. How was I supposed to speak when I couldn't speak my own language? I was shut down when I didn't know how to speak English. How am I going to speak? Why would I want to sing when I didn't know how to sing?" So there was hurtful stuff that went on. And throughout the years, there was pain. There was a lot of abuses going on. But we survived with other children. They had the same pain. So we understood each other, and we got along well with each other. 10 years I've been with the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. Those 10 years have taught me a lot of things. And I agree with Doctor that was speaking earlier, that healing is a lot of work. It is a lot of work. It's so much work. It relates to your family, relates to your children, grandchildren, the whole bit. And spirituality is very important. For me, I felt inside myself that I wanted to live a good life by being kind, by showing love. I didn't want to have any enemies. I didn't want anybody to hurt me. Having enemies, I found that it was heavy. It was not a good feeling having, having grudges, stuff like that. That was not for me. So a lot of time I stayed quiet. And when I went into politics, I felt that women have to be involved in more politics. So that's why I got involved in politics. But there too was not easy, because I gave my parents a hard time when I got my mom in labor. So I have to suffer that, I thought. So when the 10-year that we have been with the NCTR, I met a lot of elders throughout the country, from coast to coast to coast. And in Nunavut, I met a lot of elders. The old folks I've always felt comfortable with. I just want to tell you one story why I really close to the elders, the old folks, when I was growing up. These couple lived up on the rocks in a tent. In summertime, I always went to see them. The old man was blind, only had one eye. He always called me Nukakta. Nukakta means younger wife. I didn't like that. I didn't want to be a Nukakta. I didn't want to be a wife. So I would run away from him, and he's limping, and he was really fast catching up to me. And I would really cry and cry. The mother, the wife would take me into the tent and make me feel better. And when she did this to her husband, like they were good to each other, but she was sticking up for me. When she did this to her husband, unakolong, pichiyalawin, pichiyakatakong. I mean, unakolong, you be nice to her, you be good to her. I felt really good being very young, about 8 or 9 years old. I felt that she was sticking up for me, and he's beaten. That's what I thought. And then I felt so good because, remember, a lot of you will know the enamel cups that were white with black rim or red rim. You knocked them and they got little bump here and there. Those are the cups they used for making tea. Her kudlik oil lamp was there, and I'm sitting beside her. She got a cup. She's licking all around. Licking it, getting it cleaned for me, so I could have a clean cup. And I felt very good about it. And you know, you don't think about anything else but love. So she did that for me, poured me tea and bannock. That's why I love sitting beside her. I always go to that story because there's love in there, and there's teaching from the old man, Utukak. He did that to teach me so I could run away from the boys. That's what they told me later on. So the 10 years have been up and down. We had lots of healing to do ourselves, our survivors. We got together, we traveled together, we had retreats. It's a lot of work. We were well looked after by each other, and we cried together, we told stories, and we did a lot of things, and I'm so glad that I joined them, and I learned so much, so I could help my family and other people, and I think for me, I had to do really hard work, come from the inside, and I couldn't cry in front of people or my family. So I was always told, crying is like tap water. You turn it on, you turn it off. That's what I was told. So I learned to cry alone, and I sew a lot. I'm an artist. When I'm sewing, sometimes I'm thinking back, those hurtful stuff, those suffering, I cry. Crying is like praying. So made me feel better. And one more thing is when people lift you up, when people show praise, appreciation to you, that's healing. I was a witness for a court about 3 years ago. A witness for 2.5 days. And I've never been to court. And I had to be very truthful about what I have to say. I'm a witness. So very, very hard to be in court. It's not our style because we had no court when I was growing up. Anyway, after 2.5 days, the judge said, "You're the best witness I ever had." to hear those words from a judge, I felt I got to be a better person. I got to do better. See, when praise, everybody that have praise from somebody, it helps you to heal. It helps you to realize you're somebody. So for me, I like to always tell people if they do things well, my children do things well, I tell them, thank you, you did a good job. That was nice. So thank you for listening to me.
Our next speaker is Laurie McDonald. Laurie McDonald, a.k.a. Wabamam, was raised by three powerful women: his grandmother, Marie Mary Thomas, his birth mother, Veronica Thomas, and his mother's sister and his adoptive mother, Antoinette McDonald. Laurie entered and survived Ermineskin Residential School in 1963. He then went on to graduate from university with a Bachelor's of Education. Having specialized in children with developmental issues and teaching for 27 years in various schools across Canada. Laurie retired in March of 2019 and returned home. Over to you, Laurie.
Wow, good morning. Our talk this morning was supposed to be healthy, and this is a hard lady to follow. So I guess what I have to do is have Bannakin tea and tell old men with limps to go away. It's always a good start, right? Thank you so much for the introduction. You know, when I think of all the trials and tribulations survivors have had since they've been left the residential schools and where they are today, there's always these ups and downs, ups and downs. But today, you know, when we think of healing and where we are today, I tell you, this is the height. This gathering, to me, was the height of my healing. I saw people in here I had not seen for 40 years. And I was just really, really pleased. And I look at these ladies over there, her hair turned blonde. And I said, oh my goodness, is this what 40 years does? And I see a young man over there who used to come to our reserve and beat up our hockey players. And look at him. It's all about giving that cheer of who you are. The Creator gave me a path, you know, that I could no longer jig. He ran a car across my beautiful bony legs, and here I am. But I survived, right? And that's what it's all about. You know, I had the opportunity to speak in front of many people throughout my life. And my sister, in the year 2019, she kept saying, you gotta come home, you gotta come home. And I said, I'll go home. And I knew she couldn't do this, or at least I thought she couldn't. And I said, I'll go home if I get a house built. She had one built in 2 weeks. So what choice do you have, right? But, you know, that was new for me, because when I left home, like most survivors, you try to forget all that you went through. I was a mere 10 years old when I was taken away from my grandparent and put in Muscatcheese and in Ermineskin. And I never went home till about 2019. So we're talking 60 years. And that's not uncommon for us. I went home to visit, I went home for funerals, but never ever lived home for that length of time. So as time goes on, you see all the changes. We talk about that denial and that oppression and all that crap the government throws at us. But we all have something in common here. We all lived under the Indian Act, and we know what that was imposing. But they could do whatever they want. They're not going to throw no more shit at me because I lived, I survived, I'm here. And I could talk to people throughout the last 25 years right across the country because I am an open book. I'm a gay man, I'm a two-spirited person. I had a husband for 44 years, and the Creator called him to prepare the path. And the car broke my legs. I had a heart attack, and I say, so what? I'm still here. And that's what it's all about. When we talk about healing, if we dwell on all that stuff, we could probably go insane, I think. And you talk about, I should have been staying at home just saying, oh, poor me, my poor broken legs, I can't jig no more. So what? I could walk. That walker's going to get me from point A to point B until I could find a scooter and chase this man in the casino. But unfortunately, Air Canada doesn't treat those scooters well, so what, eh? So that's, to me, what is healing. It's just being who you are. And think of it. We may be survivors, but we're not a broken people. This lady has so much power in her. I just shiver when I'm near her. And this new lady from Tsitska, historically, we were enemies, but she's my best friend now. She's bigger than me. But that's what it's all about, right? So where are we in 2026? As I said, it has to be a daily thing in order for us to be happy. When I'm at home, I'm seeing our children come to the school now and come to my house and they're saying, Mushum, niya nasko to win. I said, yes, me too. I am very grateful. Because when I wake up in the morning, what am I hearing? When I didn't hear before. My house where it's placed now would have been like a playground for us growing up. Now it's a village, and it's in the bush cut down, and these children are singing Nehia Wen. They're little people singing Cree, and they're drumming, and they're 8:15 every morning. I love it. And they're coming to my houses, and they're just saying, I don't know, Mushum, should I wear a skirt or should I wear the traditional? I tell them, do whatever your heart tells you. If you want to wear that ribbon skirt and sit with the men or the woman, that's your choice. We never had that choice before. And so these children do, and they're more free about it. They graduate, and they say, I want to wear a ribbon skirt. Yes, my son, you could wear whatever you wish. If that's going to make you happy, and you could go and do what everybody else does on graduation, because you're doing stuff we could not do. And to me, that is healing. And the best part of healing is meeting you guys today, and that we are still here. And I'm just going to leave it at that, because if anybody knows me, I could talk for 4 days. Hi, Emcee.
Thank you. I think you have a microphone. Thank you, Lori. So our next speaker is Leanne Slay. I asked her about this bio, and she said it's all lies. But I'll read some of it anyway. So Leanne Slay is a dedicated Indigenous health leader who supports community wellness and cultural revitalization on Siksika Nation in southern Alberta. She currently serves as a traditional wellness program coordinator of Siksika Health Services, where she bridges culturally grounded healing practices from the Siksika way of life with trauma-informed care. So over to you, Leanne.
Oh, by the way, I am bigger than my husband, too. Humor, right? The things that I've learned working in this area for the last 10 years was humor was what pulled us through, our resilience. Nista wana ko pite ninawa kini tu siksika kitsikakane iksimatsin hupua. So my name is Leanne Slay. I heard the moderator chuckle about our last name here. My husband's name is a very, very strong name, and it was translated wrong when the Indian agent came to translate our names for our ammunition money. His name refers to a story that belongs to our people of Siksika. And it connects with white and snow are almost the same thing in our language. So many of us, our last names are translated. I married my husband 34 years ago. We have 6 beautiful children and 6 grandchildren. My last name is Crow Chief, Meistoyina, my grandfather's name. I was asked and invited by a very beautiful lady. Her name is Brenda Reynolds, who could make it today. Brenda Reynolds has had a lot to do with who I am today and the healing journey that I had gone through and what we have done in our community of Siksika. She's very, I guess, a blessing to many of us. Many of us know her. I see my colleagues sitting at this table, my Siksika group back there. And I'm here to talk about what happened, the healing in the last 10 years. I was sitting here reading my notes and I thought, should I read this or should I talk? I am going to talk. I was the last era in my family, 3 generations that attended Indian residential school. I was only there for 2 years. And growing up, my home, like if any of you had ever gone to a hearing, worked in a hearing, the adjudicator always says, how was your life when you were a child before you went to residential school? And you hear the stories about how beautiful, how loving, how caring, how happy you were before you went to a residential school. My life was like that too. I had grandparents on my paternal, maternal side that were very, very heavy and deep into our culture of the Siksika way of life. I spoke my language, that was my first language. And we were raised by our aunts and our uncles as well too. I am the oldest in my family. And I didn't know anything about residential school, even though I was there. Even though I experienced things, it was part of my life growing up. So moving fast forward, when the alcohol was opened up, my life changed. I became the mother to my siblings, the father to my siblings, because my parents split up. I didn't realize that they had gone to residential school all their life. As soon as my mom graduated from grade 9, she was married right at the doorsteps of our priest's house. And then along came me. And growing up in those years, I experienced a very dysfunctional life. Separation, the systemic impacts of what people go through to withdraw from their pain, the addictions. I experienced all that while trying to take care of my siblings. I had a teenage pregnancy. My child was taken away from me because I too, in turn, turned to alcohol to drown my sorrow as well too. 2 of my sisters died under my care. One at a very young age, and another one drowned. So moving forward, I did my best not to speak my language because of the experiences No one talked about it, but we were told not to speak in our language. I started working at a young age, and I worked in many different areas since I was 18. I'm 64 today, and I'm still working. And when the area I was trained in is in HR, and my job ended at that time, and I was searching for some stability, a stable income, a job. And a relative of mine told me about, hey, come work over here at Siksika Health. Did you know anything about the residential settlement agreement? And I said, no, I didn't know. She said, well, just read up on it, and it was this thick. And apply for the job. I'm sure you'll get the job. Well, lo and behold, I did get the job. And I stepped into this role, and I had to turn a blind eye to all the effects, the impacts that I grew up with. I normalized it. I normalized that behavior, and I normalized the language that we use, the lateral violence that we treat each other with, the jealousy that happens in our community. I normalized that like many of us have done in our community. It was okay. Turn a blind eye to it. So when I stepped into this job, I was met with a lot of apprehension. I had to apply for my job 2 more times because the women that I worked with didn't want me there. And then in that time, I actually had a dream. And that dream that I had was about not my grandparents, but elders from our community, ceremonial elders. And these elders came and spoke to me, and a grandmother that was dressed in our ceremonial wear of the Blackfoot people told me, in our language, granddaughter, we've been waiting for you. Your grandfather's waiting for you upstairs. And it was in an Indian residential school type of a building where I was in. She brought me upstairs, and when I looked over to my left, there was a number of our ancestors that were sitting there. And this very tall man with all white hair, like mine now, spoke to me and told me, granddaughter, we've been waiting for you. Just like many of you that sit here, they were waiting for you back then, 10 years ago. And he said, our people, my people, are hurting. And you were selected to help them. You see all your grandparents sitting there? They're going to help you. Call on them, and they're going to help you. You have a lot of work to do. So my journey started. I started to learn about my way of life. The 2 key things, I was given 2 keys that I wasn't aware that I had. The first one was my language, and the second was my connection to my higher power, Apstadoki, our creator. And those 2 keys is what opened the doors to help me find a way to help our people. And I didn't have to find it. It came looking for me. And that was our culture, our way of life. It has been there since time immemorial. We didn't create nothing. It was already created for us. We just needed to connect back with it. We needed to learn our language that was given to us, our songs that was given to us, our ceremonies that was given to us, our way of life, our medicines from our lands, from our geographical locations, our origin stories from the sky beings of who we are, how our ceremony started, our age-graded societies in the Blackfoot way, the two seasons that we follow, which is the winter and the summer. What ceremonies take place in the winter when Mother Earth is sleeping? What ceremonies take place in the summer when we open up our bundles and celebrate the new year? These are things that came back for me, or that I was taught about. So I took it, and my culture support providers that are here with me, some of them, a lot of them have gone on. We went to a beaver bundle ceremony, and we received a name to do programming, and we developed a curriculum utilizing our Siksika way of life. Everything from language to ceremony to land-based teachings, you name it, everything that we could think about to teach our people. So as a result, we received the name through our ceremony, and it's called Awak Gapsupukiks. And what that means is charging home. When the Repatriation Act came into play in 1994, our sacred bundles came back home. Wherever they were, all over the world, they moved, the rattles were shaken, the drums were being beat, and they were coming back home. They were charging home, back to our community of Siksika to begin our Sundance. Our last Sundance was in 1964, and for a span of 30 years, we didn't have a Sundance. And in 1994, our ceremony, our Sundance, began again. And I was very blessed in that time to be transferred a bundle to the Buffalo Women's Society of Siksika. I am a bundle holder back home that gave me the right to do a lot of the work that we put into this Awak Gapsupukiks program for our people. When the opportunity that was given to me to work in this area also allowed me to travel from coast to coast as well too. And what I saw in the people that came out and told their stories, they went to our culture support providers. Even our mental health therapists went to our culture support providers. That is where the healing is in our language, in our ceremonies, in our way of life, who we were meant to be. Now it's up to us to heal, because it's like a relay race. My brother there, he's into relay racing, pretty young man relay. It's like a relay race. We're the vessels. We need to carry that torch on and pass it on to our younger generation. We need to keep our culture alive, our language going, because as Dr. Wilton Littlechild said last night, we're a small part of a very big thing that happened. And it's up to us to continue to create a better, bigger thing for our future generations. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Leanne. And I think maybe we'll just open the discussion a little bit, just as a reflection of the last 10 years. And one thought that comes to mind for me quite constantly is looking at the records that we hold at the NCTR. They always seem like the most difficult stories of a child's life. And I read an interesting piece recently that was a psychologist talking about these childhood experiences. And he said that when a child is raised in a loveless environment, in a setting such as a residential school, the lesson the child learns is not that the guardian or the parent is incapable of offering love and affection to the child. The lesson the child learns is that they aren't worthy of that, and they carry that weight with them. And it feels to me like in these discussions, it's like we're unburdening or removing that weight. And I think that's one of the values of having these talks. But one of the questions that recently have come up is these discoveries of unmarked burial sites. And I know in our center, one of our spiritual guides, Noshko Binesi Kwe, is always telling me in Anishinaabe culture, there's a 4-day period where there's ceremony and the child is helped to enter into the spirit world over those 4 days. But many times at schools, this didn't occur. I just wonder, from your experiences and your cultural backgrounds, what are your thoughts on these recent discoveries, and what do you think should be the correct response? How should it be dealt with?
Thank you. I think I need interpreter. Just kidding. I didn't mean to shock you. Yeah, coming from a different culture of my own nation, the Inuit people, of course, they had their own laws. It was not always easy, and then I have to learn a new culture through education. A lot of that culture that I didn't learn. I didn't even learn how to make skin fur boots that my mom knew. She prepared everything. She showed all those things. I never learned that. So a lot of things are missing in my life that I should know about and teach to my children, teach to my younger generation. We often say one word, ayaw naman. Ayaw naman relate to a lot of things. It could mean to different subjects, different areas. Ayaw naman to me means final. If somebody passed away, ayaw naman, it can't be helped. Just like what I'm going to translate about the clock. Every second passes, you can't go back. It's done, it's finished. That's what literally what ayaw naman means. It's a nice word. It's a word that is kind of smoothing, like soothing. It's a word that is often used by the elders, by the older people, because they're used to saying ayaw naman. If there was a flood, but it's over, but we lost some things and equipment and anything, or even alive, ayaw naman. We couldn't do nothing. It's past now. We can't take it back. Ayaw naman. So, ayaw naman is a big word in our language. And the other thing is a nice word is nagling na. Sometimes it could be, it could mean romantic, but I don't see it as a romantic word. Naglingnak is more of affection. I could say to you, nagliwakin. It could translate in English, I love you. But how could I love you? I don't know you. So cultures and language are very important to our own, to yourself. If you're a different culture, then that's your culture. It's very important. And we have to be so proud of our culture. Like for me, I often think, how in the world did my ancestors, how in the world did they ever think of living in a snow house, like a block of snow? How? It amazes me what they did, how they survived. That was their survival, living in an igloo snow house. And it's a strength, it's a teaching, And I believe every culture have uniqueness in them. That's why we have to be proud where we come from, who we are, and be accepting of other cultures. I'm accepting of other cultures. I don't only have my own culture, you all have your cultures, you all have your tradition, you all have your, if you speak another language. So I respect that a lot. And one thing that I always like to teach goes back to late 1800s, early 1900s, when Europeans start coming to our land. It wasn't called Nunavut then, but in Inuit world, we always call it Nunavut. So today we have a Nunavut territory. It was Northwest Territories before, but it's called Nunavut now. If any of you have ever read a book or seen a book called Franklin Exhibition in Baffin Island, I encourage you to see that and read that. In there, there's a picture that speaks for itself. A ship, large vessel, ship. It's stranded in the ice. It's not crooked, it's nicely even. In the Hudson Bay, it's iced up, because I guess it broke down or something happened. But it's in that book, what happened to it. When I see that picture, I like to teach that, because on top of the ship, there's all these Europeans. Up there on top of the ship, there's about 7 or 9 of them. And what do you think they're wearing? It's in the middle of winter. Not leather boots, not cotton clothing. They're wearing fur that are sewn by women, Inuit women, up there. Then you look in the front of the ship, very large ship. We're at the point of the ship, a big igloo. Big igloo is there and somewhere in the front. Down there are women, children, people, Inuit people, all dressed in skins and fur. When the European saw each other, Inuit saw each other, and they didn't speak either language. Inuit certainly didn't understand English. European didn't understand Inuktitut. They saw these people, short people that are working hard. I often wonder what they thought. We were all dressed in fur, busy. And our own Inuit people saw these tall men, and they had light eyes. I always wondered, can they see okay? And the other thing is, they mingle well. They didn't understand each other, but they got along. The Inuit didn't let them starve. The Inuit didn't even let them freeze to death. They were building relationship. Not only that, indigenous people are good-looking people. But listen to this. Our ancestors and those Europeans had children together. And they were very good-looking, strong, vibrant people. And that's the truth. I like to teach that because there was no animosity. Very cold, maybe 50 below zero. They have to get along. They have to eat. It meant to me that they were building relationship. But after that, I don't know. But I like to tell that story because I love it.
Thank you. Well, this is really a layered question. You know, we get this all the time as Kteak out there, and we hear this, even the deniers and saying it's not truthful. But you know, for me as a survivor, we've heard this, and we've seen it through the years. And when people come to me, ask me, do you believe there are children that were found? Do you believe this? Do you believe that? I have to say, you know what? You may read what you want and look in the media and come to your own conclusions. But more often than none, those conclusions are nothing. You've never walked in our shoes. We've seen it. We've heard it. And so sometimes when I'm stuck for answers, I will go to the Kateak and in our village, and we'll ask them. And certainly, first of all, they say, this is what happened when one of our children or one of our people died. And realistically, because of that Indian Act and because of colonialism, we cannot do this, bury our children or our families the way they were before. We have the colonial means of putting the bodies underground or going into cremation, but no longer can we put them at stilts. So what happens when a child or a body passes away and not in our territory or at a strange place? And this is the question we've been asking all the time. And one thing you have to keep in mind, and I think all the people in Canada have to keep this in mind, is to be respectful of where that body is and the culture of that nation. Some nations will say, stop. Once that child's in the ground, once that child has left us for the spirit world, he or she cannot be disturbed. And that is one thing you have to keep in mind. All too often people will say, let's bury it and retrieve it and take it home. Our old people are saying, if I lost my child in, let's say, in the South, and they say this is a Cree child and he's from Muskegowsik, which is where I am, and they're going to dig it up and bring it home. The old people will say, no. Because that child, that human being belongs now to the earth. Because we're only on loan here, but we know that's where our beings is at. We may not know his name, but we're going to find out. But for now, he is Nehiawen. So.
Thank you. I guess my response coming from the Blackfoot ways is that yes, everything is done in for the 4-day period. Number 4 is very sacred to us. The thing that I want to point out is that out of the 650 somewhat First Nations in Canada, we all have our own uniqueness to our culture, our way of life. And with NCTR, I hope it is recognized the approach to how we live our life, how we go about our ways is unique to the geographical location the culture is from. When we start mixing them up, it becomes pan-Indianism. And that it's gonna hurt our future by mixing that culture up. We need to leave those specifics from where it comes from. In our culture, like I worked at a MMIWG inquiry event in Canada, in Calgary. And I was working with Pimaatisin, Herman Yellow Old Woman. He was our culture support provider. And at the end, the organizers gave me the bags in a basket and said, can you burn these? And Herman said, like, he was quite shocked, and he said, we don't burn things in our culture. So, we need to be mindful of our ways. And that very specific question that you asked related to our children, it's different based on the culture of the people and Indigenous people. It's not all the same. We all pray to one Creator in our language, through our ceremony, through our culture, and our way of life. So when we do the 4-day approach of how we handle death, it's a time of closing in a life, and he's right about our shell, our body, our human form. It's our spirit that moves on. And so with that, I'm glad that you asked that question, because it's very, very important that it's said and that we're aware, especially to educate the everyday citizen of I guess this nation and all over the world. They need to know that our cultures are very unique and there's differences in them as well too, and they need to be respected.
Well, miigwech, thank you everyone, and thank you for your wisdom and for sharing your thoughts with us. Now for lunch.
I speak better when I'm standing. I want to be seen. No, I wanted to thank the organizers for inviting us to come and talk about our what has happened in the last 10 years. I'm going to tell you 15 minutes isn't enough time to talk about what happened in the last 10 years, but I do want to thank you, and I want to say a special thanks to Stephanie Scott for all the work. When I first met Stephanie, it was through the TRC process. And, you know, she's done a lot for many, many First Nations in Canada. Thank you for everything that you have done. And thank you to the elders here that shared their stories. So thank you to moderator, and then to our MC as well too. So thank you.
Well, once again, thank you so much to our incredible speakers for this beautiful sharing circle. How amazing it was to have your voices here today. It was beautiful. Thank you, Lavina, Laurie, Leanne, Chief Bobby Joseph, and of course, Raymond for moderating. It was very, very important conversations. But also, speaking of important, it's lunchtime. So it's time to eat. We have a beautiful lunch buffet out in the lobby there. Please help yourself. We're going from 12:15 to 1:15. So after that, we do have everyone meeting back here at 1:15. We have Her Excellency coming, Mary Simon. We want to be here all for that at 1:15 with your lunches all finished. All right, my friends, see you soon. Have a great lunch. All right, everyone, we are about 10 minutes away from beginning our afternoon programming. So I hope you're all enjoying your lunch. You have about 10 minutes left till we begin our afternoon programming. So get out there, do a little bit of last-minute shopping, have your fresh air break, and get on back here for 1:15, and we'll begin our afternoon program. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome back to our Wellness and Healing Gathering. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch. Once again, I'm Lance Cardinal, so excited to be your MC today. And I saw so many of you out there today shopping and supporting those Indigenous artisans, and we are so grateful for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And a lot of people were taking advantage of our healing services, and I thought that was amazing as well, so good job. I think we should give our kitchen a big round of applause for the lovely lunch. Let's hear it for all that lovely food out there. So it is my great honor today to invite Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Mary Simon, Governor-General of Canada, joined today by His Excellency, Mr. Whit Fraser, to share remarks with us. Now, Her Excellency is a proud Inuk from Nunavut in northern Quebec, and as the first Indigenous person to hold the office of Governor-General, she has been dedicated in advancing reconciliation and supporting the voices of Indigenous peoples across Canada. Her Excellency is also an honorary witness of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, having stood alongside survivors and communities in the ongoing work of healing and justice. Please join me in welcoming Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Mary Simon.
Good afternoon. Bonjour. Amalutunga si witsilun nasi. Nakokmik takanigatsi ilunasi. Tamanna katingaguti yasi pimmariumat. Je suis heureuse d'être ici avec vous parler de guérison. I am really very grateful to share this moment with you, reflecting together on the healing journey of residential school survivors, including many among you here today. Tusaruminak tusaksaunaksausungulum mata ullumi tamanna katit nirihattasati hattatasi pimmariuyo. Some of you have walked alongside me for many years on the path toward reconciliation. Others will bring fresh perspectives that I look forward to hearing. I'd like to begin with a question. And the question is healing only about mending wounds? Or is it also about discovering something within ourselves, something transformative for the future? Over the past decade, healing has taken root across Canada, both collectively and also personally. And it began with truth. La guérison commence par la vérité. Since survivors' stories were voiced and amplified through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, I have seen Canadians show greater compassion and support. We are becoming more inclusive in how we see our history and how we teach it to future generations. We have also witnessed historic moments, the most recent being the return of Indigenous cultural artifacts from the Vatican. This is a meaningful step towards our path toward reconciliation. These items were separated from their communities for far too long, but now they have finally come home and they will help us continue our healing together. Tamanna katipalianak ipinasungulamat ullumiulaktok hallunalo inuillo amalu asingin nakakasimayuit tamatsuming pinasuak taminnik kayusitchika suarni sauhattalamata tamanna hoviagayaga aliagitsugulu mamisaknek sibunittinut ilingane hallarimat atsoktitau hattasima yummata amisualuit ilinyariaktitau matsutik ananakkuminnut atatakkuminnut aullahujaungikaluaramitigu I feel a new relationship has taken root in our society. It's not perfect, it's not fast enough, but I believe we have begun to heal together. When I became Governor General, the discovery of children's graves at the former Kamloops Indians Residential School in British Columbia had just shaken the country. J'ai senti que les gens étaient à l'écoute. I felt Canadians were ready to continue the work. Truth and compassion had started to build trust, and many survivors told me they felt a glimmer of hope, a ray of hope. Healing on a personal level can mean many things. Trauma is deeply complex. Intergenerational trauma, even more so. And too often, our health services and law enforcement aren't fully equipped to respond in ways that truly promote healing. J'ai rencontré plusieurs survivants. I have met numerous survivors, their families, and their communities. Sivunitsasinnik atsogotigi ja sitamannak takutsaohattasimayuk inuttigut ammalu ohumaittut aaqigiaqtauhattariaharningi mammisarnikut nuitahattasimalermata uvannuli attuimaritsimayu tamanna. Your courage and your resolve to move forward despite immense challenges never cease to move me. I have also met many who support your healing. There is phenomenal work being done across the country. Earlier this year in Iqaluit Nunavut, I sat with health practitioners, community workers, cultural healers, and caretakers. We discussed mental health and the practices that work in their community. Every person in that room had lost at least one family member to suicide. La souffrance est profonde dans beaucoup de communautés. The pain is profound, and so is the need for support that is rooted in Indigenous cultures. Because one truth emerges from all the testimonies I've heard. The most efficient, most profound path to healing is through culture. Le meilleur chemin vers la guérison passe par la culture. Healing is most powerful when people reconnect with who they are, with their traditions, languages, values, and shared history. Inututatamanna mamisarne inutuinatigut tungavihatsiagonikisiani ikajoksisimagunnatu tamakkuninga taimeittumi atoreahaktuning. Mamisaleratta ilangani ani suungugatta iqalutsiureaqsutalunniin uumajoksiureaqsutalunniin niriniaqtatinnik tamanna ikajoksisimallarittu haujimanatsuuq inunning. For Inuit, cultural therapy can be spending time on the land, fishing and hunting for our food, or sometimes in special occasions, lighting the hullik. Culture is a way of life that brings comfort and pride in one's identity. That's why community-based workshops and peer support bring so much relief, because the help comes from someone who understands who you are. And when that person has lived through similar experiences of trauma, addiction, or grief, the connection is deeply impactful. La guérison commence à la maison. Healing and wellness begins at home with belonging. And that brings me back to my initial question about discovering something within ourselves. When we reconnect with our culture, we uncover the inner strength to heal. We find the courage to seek peace and to build a better life for the future. nous avons encore beaucoup de travail à faire. As a country, we must do more to support the healing of survivors and their families, not simply by sending non-Indigenous professionals or by providing funding alone. We need to train more Indigenous people within their own communities so that they can offer support that truly resonates within their culture. We need services like drop-in counseling, support that's available when people need it, not just by appointment. We need services tailored to remote communities, like mobile mental health teams that meet people where they are. Let Indigenous peoples reshape their own path to healing. Inut tutatamana mamisarnek inunut aulatauialik tamakwalo simumagoti gumayangit tungavigijautilugit tamatsumunga. Let us redefine in Indigenous terms what it means to be well. Today, I am deeply moved when I see young Indigenous people speaking their ancestral languages with pride, when I see them embracing their identity as they are building their careers and a bright future for themselves. When Commissioner Littlechild was speaking last evening, he talked about the importance of and use of our Indigenous languages. And I'm one of these people that was very fortunate in my upbringing. And I would say this in Inuktitut, but I'll say it in English so everybody can understand. When I was growing up in a very small village, we had federal day school. And my mother and my grandmother only spoke our language, Inuktitut. They didn't speak a word of English. And my father, who was a non-Indigenous person who married my mother, learned the culture and the language very quickly when he first went to the Arctic when he was 18 or 19. So when he met my mother, he was able to relate to her in her language, which I guess meant a lot to both of them. So in federal day school, we, in our own village or community, we were prohibited in using or speaking our language either on school grounds or in school. If we got caught speaking our language to our friends, we were punished for it. So it happened everywhere. It was not only in residential schools, but in these federal day schools that were everywhere across Canada, it was also forbidden to speak our language. So it's no wonder that so many people don't speak our languages, because I always say when somebody says, I don't speak my language, I'm sorry. I said, don't be sorry. It's not you, it's not your fault that that happened. It's the way the system was run in those days. So you have to be proud of who you are. And I think I always say that, we say schools should also teach in our languages, and that's very important. But it's also important to use as much as you know. It doesn't have to be much. I try and speak French. I've been learning it for 4 years. And it's a challenge to you to try and speak when you're not fully versed in a language. And like I said, Indigenous people, lost a lot of their language because of what happened. And I always encourage people to speak what you know, because every day I try and learn a word in French, and my vocabulary gets bigger and bigger. So it's the same thing in any language. You have to build your vocabulary. So I think it's really important in our communities to try and speak the language as much as we can, and also in our homes. That will help strengthen our ability to bring back 100% our Indigenous languages. So it reminds us that no matter what we endured, no matter how much was taken from us, we are still here. There is strength within our cultures, and we can return to it in times of difficulty. On ne guérit pas seulement ces blessures du passé, on trouve une force en soi pour transformer l'avenir. Healing is not only about mending past wounds, it's about finding the inner peace and inner strength to transform our future. This is also my hope for the next 10 years and beyond, that survivors and all those who have suffered continue to heal as we move forward on the path to reconciliation. Merci de participer à cette conversation. Huyanamik nakomik takani ilawatsi tamanna katinga gututilugu. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your inspiring words and your ongoing commitment to reconciliation, truth, and healing. We are deeply grateful for your leadership and unwavering support. We now invite you to a conversation reflecting on the legacy of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission 10 years after the release of its final report. Now, this upcoming dialogue brings together two individuals who helped guide the Commissioner's work and who walked alongside survivors as their truths were shared to the country. Their reflections offer insight not only into the history of the Commission, but also into the responsibilities that continue today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Marie Wilson and Dr. Wilton Littlechild, former commissioners of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, in a conversation moderated by Rai Moran.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. As you heard, my name is Rai Moran, and I have had the great privilege of working for these two incredible people that I'm sitting next to, and actually working for each and every one of you in the room, as well as survivors. I'm a Métis person from the Red River Métis, but I'm living in Victoria, BC now, and I had the honor of serving with the commissioners during the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And I moved out to Winnipeg, where my dad's side of the family is from, in 2010. And that's getting to be a fair while ago now, isn't it? It's 15 years ago, and we're reflecting on this incredible journey that we've all shared together, because of course there's so many familiar faces in the room, so much history in this room, so much courage, so much dedication, so much commitment to making things better and to righting those wrongs that must be righted in this country. Of course, there's been so many powerful speakers in Your Excellency. Thanks for your wonderful words just now, and to all the speakers that have preceded us. I'd say these two esteemed professionals beside us here need no introduction, so we might just jump into things as we reflect on 10 years. And Marie, maybe we can start with you as we reflect on what yesterday represented. December 15th, 2025, for Wind the Clock 10 years, we were just, 100 meters away from here. You as one of the commissioners were presenting the final reports. Just tell us what that day was like for you this December 10 years ago.
It should be on. There we go. Now I can hear it. If you'll just allow me just one moment, because I do just want to say hello to all the survivors. It's been so wonderful to see everybody over the past day, and to greet old friends and new friends. Wonderful, thank you for the invitation to be here. What I was reflecting on yesterday was that I was, among other things, how much had changed in 6 months' time. Because yesterday was the 10-year anniversary of the release of our final reports and the multiple volumes, and in English and in French. But just 6 months before was when we actually released the calls to action and our summary report. And I was thinking about how much had changed just in that 6 months' time, because it underscored for me the fragility of all of this conversation and everything that we are facing today. We had already by then a number of members of our Survivors Advisory Committee and who had been there with us then, but we had a different prime minister from when we issued our original report. We had already a shift in the politics of the country. We had indication that monies for the Aboriginal Healing Foundation would not be continued. We had a lot of indications that however hard we had worked, however much we held to the calls to action, that it would be hard work going forward. What I was reflecting on yesterday more than anything else is who was missing today. Our chair, Murray Sinclair, whom we were a trio, and it felt like someone was missing for me yesterday. That's what I was thinking about that. I was thinking that Elder Claudette Command and I both had less gray hair than we do now.
I had hair.
And I was thinking about those members of our Survivors Advisory Committee who are not with us now, who played such an important role, and even at that event 10 years ago, played a very vital role in challenging the Prime Minister at the time, the new Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. And I remember as well his response and the power of seeing the two empty chairs on the stage representing the little ones who had not survived residential schools, and the ones that we are still looking for. And I think about the chair here that I know symbolizes our chair, our missing commissioner, and our chair. So a mix of feelings, emotional and political, if I may say.
I think there's so much in what you shared there about that 6 month period between June and December. And, you know, that was the shift from the Harper regime, which had dominated the entirety in many ways of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's time. We had a lot of challenges, of course, with documents and all sorts of different hurdles along the way. And all of a sudden, there was this kind of breath of fresh air that came in. And all of a sudden, the conversation around reconciliation seemed to be changing at that particular point in time. And it was really, there was a lot of hope, I think, in that room that day. But Willie, I mean, that day for you, you know, last night you were speaking about your experiences not only as a commissioner, but also, probably more importantly, as a survivor. Having heard your story repeated back to you so many times across the country. And what was that day like for you as you were standing there and presenting the incredible work that the TRC had achieved and those huge reports that you had been the author of?
I think back at the day itself, but before I comment on that, I wanted to thank Her Excellency Mary Simon for her ongoing support to our work. I was thinking after last night what I should have said. And but I remember vividly the Bentwood box and how we were to gift something to the box. And what I gave was a real personal memento for me. It was a hockey puck. That's what I placed in the Bentwood box, because for me, and I know others in the room will say the same thing, sports saved my life, in particular hockey. And I still cherish that good luck that I had to find hockey, as I said last night. So it reminded me of that, in a way connected with my years at residential school, but also years after that with the Truth Commission. So it was pretty special. And one of the things I should have said last night, and I didn't, I want to say now, the beginning of the journey after the report, we had do we have any barrel racers in the audience? Do you know what barrel racing is? It's a sport. It's an event in rodeo. It's an event in rodeo where a girl or women ride a horse around a pattern, and they're timed. And I remember following up on Her Excellency's very important words about being well and healing. They asked one of the young barrel racers, "Why do you like barrel racing so much?" And she said, "It teaches me about life. There's 3 lessons in barrel racing. The first lesson is go. The second lesson is keep going. And the third lesson is help somebody else keep going or get going." And I thought, what a link to our beginning, because Her Excellency Michael Jean offered her, how would I say, her, not only Rideau Hall, but Her Excellency's position to launch the Truth Commission. That's where we went, go. But then, of course, it was followed up by another Excellency, Mary Simon, who kept it going. And then finally, of course, the report itself, where the survivors and also, more importantly, sometimes the helpers come in. They helped others get going, the survivors, mental health supports, and so on. So it was, like Dr. Wilson said, an emotional day yesterday, but also reflecting back, it was a good day.
Thank you for that. You know, when you think back to that time, and Willie, you talk about the puck that you put into the Bentwood box. I certainly remember that moment very clearly. It's sitting right beside us. Marie, I think it was your rattle, the Shishigun about the children. And if memory serves me right, I think Murray Sinclair's Mzina Giza Kiban's contribution was the report, the Survivors Speak report. You know, what a powerful contribution, because you know it symbolized so much about the importance of Survivor, your words, to this entire process of truth and reconciliation. And as we think about that, we have this chair here. You already mentioned it, the sort of the spirit chair for Murray, for the chair of the commission, Mzina Giza Kiban. What's on your mind when you think about him and today, and you know, what comes to mind as we think about his legacy and contribution to all of this?
Well, there's no one thing, but I mean, really, there is no one thing. I think about him as a friend. I think about him as we walked this journey together, and in so many ways, we kept each other going. And we came to know each other's stories and backstories very well. We learned to listen for each other's stories as they were sometimes coming in from the room, from other survivors speaking, and to watch out for each other. So it was a profound and private exchange that often happened where we were of a support to each other. And I think about the symbolism of those gifts. You know, they were not random. It wasn't like we showed up and each one had a surprise thing. If you think about the sequence, the Survivor Speak was about what we had learned from the Commission and what the children today, now grown up adults and elders, many of us, what they had told us. The hockey puck and as well as the ashes, as what the basket that held the ashes of tears is what Chief Littlechild placed in, and that was to acknowledge the collective setting down and grieving and outpouring and awakening that was all bundled up in that, including sometimes tears of joy as well. It was all part of that. And mine, the Shishigun, was really about the children who could not be part of the journey but were not forgotten, and the children to come for whom we were doing the work. So it was very symbolic in that way. But what most of all, when I think about us as commissioners, we said early on, the commission is not about the commissioners. The commission is about the survivors. And in the rooms, we always offered a few opening remarks to kind of set the purpose of the room, to make it clear. But it was the survivors who held the room and who encouraged each one speaking, encouraged the next one to speak, and encouraged the next one to speak. And the many times that we heard people say, I didn't intend to speak, but now that I've seen how it unfolds, and now that I've heard so-and-so speak, I too have something to share. It was that building momentum of encouragement and support that really was the most profound and that I carry with me. And along with that, and directly part of that, is the health support workers and the cultural support workers. And Her Excellency talked about it well in her remarks just before us, saying it's people who know and understand who you are and what you have gone through, what you're coming through. That was so embodied in the health support network and still is. And I think Canada will be foolish beyond measure if it doesn't provide the means necessary for those health support networks to continue in a vibrant way, because we still have all of the work of addressing the needs of intergenerational survivors who haven't been named in and of themselves in any of the court cases, and yet who have inherited all of the need and all of the trauma and a lot of the as yet unaddressed work to be done.
Willie, turning to you, thinking about the teamwork that characterized your work as commissioners. Any memories of Mazina Gizik, Iban, that you want to share as well?
Yes, I think it would be, if I can put it in one word, leadership. Because leadership is not about what you do when things are easy. Leadership is about what you do when things are tough. And he exemplified that in our teamwork, as you say. A very strong and powerful leader. But as we learned through the journey early about the importance of an apology and an equally important forgiveness, the power of forgiveness. So early on, as a matter of fact, probably right away, I have to admit, I forgave Dr. Senator Justice Sinclair because he had been a goalie. He was a goalie. So I forgave him for that right away. So, but it was his leadership. I think that has come to mind yesterday.
Could I just add a PS to that? Because one of the things that was very particular and specific to Murray is that, and it was at our very first meeting, he said we will each need to identify a spiritual advisor to work with us and walk with us. And, you know, that's not written anywhere in our mandate. It's not prescribed anywhere. It's something that he in his own journey and his own wisdom knew, but he also offered that to us and said we will need to do that to take care of ourselves. And I've never forgotten that. I'm forever indebted to his wisdom and his care in giving us that instruction.
Thank you. Leadership comes in many forms, it seems, and leaders need support as well, is another one of the big stories there. And, you know, thinking about leadership, you know, Willie, sports and the UN Declaration for you have been just huge parts of your contributions to the space of truth and reconciliation, really your life's work in so many different ways. And, you know, we start to, you know, chart our path forward from this day 10 years ago. You know, what are some of the things that you're seeing happening on those two fronts, both on the power of sports as a tool for healing, but on these human rights frameworks also as a way of cementing reconciliation, rights, forward-looking movement in Canadian society?
Well, I'll start with, of course, my obvious bias, sports. What has been significant for me is the land acknowledgements that have taken hold across the country. And through the leadership of the Edmonton Oilers, the Winnipeg Jets, Chicago Blackhawks, Seattle, Minnesota, yes, they're professional hockey teams, but they have power in terms of who watches the games and what messages they give. Each of those teams do a land acknowledgement. The one I do, I'm told, is witnessed by 18.2 million people at every Oilers game. 4 times 42 games a year times the Stanley Cup playoffs. But the National Basketball Association, the NBA, also now has land acknowledgements. Professional baseball has land acknowledgements. Hockey through APTN, we have NHL games in Cree. We have baseball games in Cree. We have CFL football games in Blackfoot. So the power of sport, I think, has really caught on to help us advance reconciliation. Indeed, recently, the United Nations, when we talk about the Declaration, Article 31 is the first international legal document that recognizes sports and traditional games as a human right. And I mentioned the UN Declaration because that was our very first principle of reconciliation, that the UN Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples is indeed a framework for reconciliation. The Secretary General of the UN, when he announced it, he called it a roadmap to reconciliation, the UN Declaration. So there's a good link, with a natural link, I think. We heard earlier about the African Truth Commission this morning, and it was interesting to hear from the commissioners in the South African Truth Commission. They said to us at a meeting, "We wish we had done it your way." And I was surprised by that because I said, "What do you mean?" Because you're the most widely known Truth Commission in the world. And they said, "Yes, but we might be, but you did it the right way," they said. And I said, "What do you mean?" They said, "Yours was culturally relevant. Your Truth Commission was culturally relevant. Not only that, it was voluntary." So those two significant pieces are all linked to the elders and spiritual leaders' advice on going forward with the work. So yes, the UN Declaration now has also catapulted, I'll say, the sport and the power of sport. You've heard it said that the power of sport, for example, speaks a language that children understand. Power of sport has the ability to gather people together, ability to help people work together. So the UN has adopted a declaration on sports, utilizing the power of sport to advance reconciliation in partnership with Indigenous peoples. That declaration has now been adopted by the Commonwealth countries of the world. And you know, the Commonwealth countries, they have one thing in common. Not only the word Commonwealth, but all of them, or not, I shouldn't say all, most of them had Indigenous peoples. And they have a common history of violation of rights for Indigenous peoples. But they adopted the declaration. It's now called the Commonwealth Sport Declaration, using sports to advance reconciliation in partnership with Indigenous peoples. So yes, sports has been a passion. The UN Declaration has been decades worth of work. But I see them actually contributing to the future from our work in that way. So thank you for raising that, because it's perhaps not everyone agrees about the power of sport, but it's having an influence through what the teams are doing. But you notice the teams I mentioned, who did I not mention? Yes, Toronto Maple Leafs, Montreal Canadiens, and Calgary Flames. Well, Calgary Flames has one game where they acknowledge Indigenous peoples. But why is that? The other one I didn't mention is, oh, that's right, we're in Ottawa. But it'll come, it'll come. Vancouver has a night. Yeah, Winnipeg has a night. But you know, interestingly, Winnipeg Jets have a jersey, a Winnipeg specially designed jersey that they have for Indigenous Night. Oilers have an Indigenous jersey with a turtle logo on it. Vancouver has the old Canucks logo. What was it again? Whale, that's right. Thank you. Thunderbird. There you go. The highest bird that we can. Number 29, yeah. I won't go down the list of names. By the way, I will. We did a little study on, you know what rookie cards are, right? Rookie cards are, you get a card with your photo in it and everything. Very valuable cards these days. There were 85 National Hockey League players of Indigenous ancestry. Some of them did not even get a rookie card. So we sat down with, I forgot the name of the company that does hockey rookie cards. But there's now a new set of hockey cards with the Indigenous hockey players in the NHL who did not get a rookie card. So there you go. Thank you for reminding me.
So, you know, when we talk about all of this, I think one of the subtexts of what we're talking about are the things that are happening, and then we're talking about the things that aren't happening as well. And maybe Marie, as we go to you, we're going to start talking about some of the calls to action, things that have happened, things that haven't happened. But looking back over the last 10 years, are there ones that have happened that you're particularly proud of seeing happen? Are there ones that really stand out for you that you think this is really a great thing, or things that really mark key moments on this journey of the past decade, really, since the TRC's reports were released?
Well, I think I want to pick up on what Willie was saying about sport, because not everybody, of course, is an athlete. And I think those are hugely important initiatives. But what I think they have in common with what we actually saw unfolding during the TRC was the power of community and people coming together and working together and realizing, sometimes for the first time, that they're not alone. And so and what does sport do is it gives you an opportunity to say, yes, I can. For people who, in so many contexts in school, were told, no, you can't. So it's the positive reflection of all of that. And so one of the things I often thought about the way we did our commission, which was a very different mandate from what South Africa had. And it came about very importantly because survivors fought to have that commission. Unlike South Africa, where a government decided we're going to have this. And we didn't have powers of subpoena, and we didn't have powers of amnesty. People came forward because they had things they wanted to tell the world and that they wanted to set down. And that was its own power, but that achievement goes to the survivors who fought to have that. So what I have seen since then, in a number of different ways, are variations of that coming together to do something amazing. Earlier this year, some people in this room I know were also there, the first ever national gathering for Indigenous languages. It was organized by the first ever Commissioner of Indigenous Languages. That was one of our calls to action. It has a long way to go, but it's a start and it has potential. So I think our job is always, how do we breathe life into that potential? How do we make sure that we keep it alive and going? And I think that is the big and fragile work that we are facing right now on so many fronts. I think I was sharing with you the other day, Rai, I was at a gathering in a really isolated community in BC, interior of BC, just this past fall. The entire event, from the protocols to the welcomings, to the emceeing, to the thank yous, to the intervention, it was all led by young people, and including performance, and they were all at various levels of reclaiming their language. You know, that's a community saying we're going to breathe life into that intention, and we're going to make something of it, and young people embracing. So that's extremely hopeful. We've had now 5 years, I think it is officially, of the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And a lot of people would cynically say, yeah, but it's one day and whatever. We didn't have that day before. We didn't have an annual place both to gather in various places across the country, but also for there to be education in the schools and for the children of today to be learning so much more about Canadian history and this story, this long saga story, than so much more than my generation had. And so that's potential in those children. And that's not just being taught to Indigenous children. That's being taught to all Canadian children. Not everywhere. Not all jurisdictions are as committed as others, and that's an area of fragility. So we have to pay attention to political leaderships and advocate for those things that we know are right. We have to remind political leaders of the promises they made. The apology was not just one party, one leader. It was all the national political parties, and we need to remind the leaders of those parties today who are not the same people. One this week talking about no need to consult and let's just plow ahead with economic development. We have to be able to stand solid and say, no, that is, it's not on. And it, by the way, it's not in the spirit of reconciliation that your government has committed itself to. So there are positive things, I'm just saying, Rai. I think there are a lot of changes in curriculum at various levels of academia. I know that there are far more people. A beautiful example that I experienced a couple of months ago in Quebec, where survivors had come together, put a portion of their common experience payments together and built their own lodge, which is now like their community hall in a way, and did that on their own for their own ongoing healing purposes. So I think as long as the determination is there and we don't let up on reminding people what they've promised, and we don't let up on the educational pieces, but it needs a lot of ongoing political pressure.
Thank you. Willie, in some of our conversations we had before this, we talked about some of those calls to action that are sort of right in the middle of the calls to action, the ones around the National Council for Reconciliation, which is intended to monitor the implementation of the calls to action, the call to action for a new royal proclamation, and also a covenant on reconciliation. You know, ones that are aimed at ensuring some of these relational aspects that you've talked about, Marie, are really cemented in society, and that, you know, the responsibility is passed through successive generations of leaders. And just wonder, as you look at those ones, which always seem to be pretty darn important, what's your feeling about how we're doing on those, and what do you have to say about those particular calls to action now that we're 10 years out?
Well, I think the observation has been made that out of the 94 calls to action, 15 have not even started. The good news, though, is an equal number, 15, have been completed. So that's good news on both ends and bad news on one end. But in the middle, of course, what you're talking about is all those that are in progress at different stages, which I think is pretty encouraging. My biggest fear going into the Truth Commission was that our report would be sitting somewhere in here in Ottawa on a shelf and gathering dust. But it hasn't. It's really caught hold across the country in different areas. So the covenant, I think, is very doable. It would have not only sustainability, but a legal impact. The other idea of calls, actually this one kind of falls in between. Because it's the decade, the UN decade on Indigenous languages, which you all know, I think, that one Indigenous language dies every 2 weeks somewhere in the world. One Indigenous language dies every 2 weeks. So we've been advocating for a new United Nations Convention on Indigenous languages, a legally binding international law to protect Indigenous languages. So that's a new opportunity for the United Nations to proclaim a convention on Indigenous languages. So the Royal Commission is very doable. We have a new king. Perhaps one of his legacies could be to proclaim a new Royal Commission. Proclamation, I'm sorry, Royal Proclamation. So I think both are really doable, but they're also very important from sustainability and long-lasting, indeed legally binding.
I was just going to add one of the things I should have mentioned before, but we do see institutions trying to do things as well. I know that within CBC Radio Canada, one of the calls to action we had was towards national public broadcasters, and there is now a national Indigenous strategy for the first time ever in the history of the national broadcaster, and that was put in place a year and a half ago and is being monitored and evaluated. So I think that business of having tools for ongoing evaluation and monitoring is really important. And Commissioner Littlechild was talking about the National Council for Reconciliation. It's one of the things that we said was one of the most important, because we consulted with a lot of other truth commissions around the world in preparing our conclusions. And one of the things that people told us is do whatever you can to make sure that you don't hand in a report and the dust collection starts right away. Do whatever you can to keep it active. And so the National Council was meant to be doing that. And we had stressed it's one of the ones that should be put in place. It's taken a decade. And we know that the members of the council have been named just in this past year. So I think that'll be a really important and hopeful thing for us to now pay attention to and see what they do with that, including towards a national reconciliation strategy. But it can't be just words and pro forma. It has to be something substantive.
Well, I think when we take a step back too, I mean, all of these calls to action, be it the Royal Proclamation or the National Council, they're the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the Commission on Indigenous Languages. I mean, these are substantive and weighty efforts that lock reconciliation into place in a lot of different kinds of ways. And we think back to the Royal Proclamation 1763. I mean, that is to this day why title cases are being won in British Columbia right now, affirming Indigenous title and affirming that you know, these things have not been addressed by the Canadian state. So there's weight behind these calls to action that you've put into place, and it seems critically important that we see them implemented as soon as possible, because we've still got some big challenges ahead of us. One of those challenges that is seemingly on the rise right now too, which really responds in many ways to the reason why we have a National Center for Truth and Reconciliation, a permanent and ongoing memory of everything that the survivors have shared with us, is this kind of growing concern about denialism and, you know, what really can only be said to be anti-Indigenous sentiment that appears to be becoming more organized. And I know this was something that was a concern during the TRC. I know that this was something that, you know, you as commissioners talked about and warned people about. Now that we're 10 years out, you know, what are you seeing, and how concerning is this for you, and what tips or strategies or what thoughts do you have about how this is, you know, combated effectively?
Well, I'll just jump in and say one of the most concerning things for me is that some of the denialism is coming from people who are in sanctioned positions, as in elected people. Because I think when people have a platform and resources to support whatever it is they're going to say, it amplifies how that message can be heard and spread. And if people do not have either the facts or the moral courage to counter it, then it can take on a life of its own. How do I personally respond to that? You know, I've been asked many, many times about denialism, and one of the things my spiritual advisor said to me is, you know, be really careful what battles you pick, because if you decide to pick a fight with a snake, you're not necessarily going to win it, you know. So you have to decide how you're going to use your energy and how you're going to frame your own energy, and are you going to use it to positive purpose and for positive ends, or are you going to let yourself be suffocated by all the negativity that is everywhere if we want to find it. What I specifically say to, and I've never, by the way, one of the things that I do know about deniers is they're generally lacking in courage. And survivors have plenty of courage. And I have never had a denier come up to me and speak to me directly and challenge me. Never, because I think people like to hide behind the platforms and places where they can. But I know that the thing that I often answer if people ask me about it, as I say, you know, it's interesting. I was at hearings all over the country for over 6 years. I don't ever remember meeting one of these deniers, nor did they ever come up. And did they ever attend a single event of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where what was said in those rooms spoke for itself, and no one in those rooms could be anything but transformed by what they heard. And so it's just, I think, to push back against credibility, if they're going to argue credibility, to push back, where were they? Where were they when that oral history was being collected?
That experience of being in the room during those hearings, so powerful. So many in this room shared that experience, either as people that provided statements, or more often people that were providing support to those that were speaking. And Willie, I mean, for you as a commissioner and as a survivor, you know, really as a survivor first and a commissioner second, I mean, how is this conversation around, you know, denialism appearing for you, and what's on your mind as you think about it, wearing the many hats that you do?
Well, I think I shared a bit of it last night, my own personal feelings about that, but let me go on the other side of that coin and uplift the judicial community. Judges, in some parts of Canada anyway, have been sitting down and asking themselves, what can I as a judge do to advance reconciliation? Indeed, a couple of calls to action were about the law societies to do something about reconciliation. And they've been doing that. It's really encouraging to see lawyers and judges, well, I'll say on both sides of the fence, on a doctrine of discovery, which we mentioned 3 or 4 times in the calls to action. That's still being used by lawyers in courts, which is, I think, needs to be changed. But judges, courts have really been trying to help us advance reconciliation in a good way. The problem is implementation. I think someone actually numbered, before last week, the First Nations have won 26 cases in court. Not one of them has been implemented. But when states or governments, non-Indigenous, win a case in court, you can bet your bottom dollar the next day that decision is implemented. So there's still a mixed scenario there. But I think overall, I said as of before last week, because even this past week, you saw 2 very significant decisions. One coming out of Alberta saying that the legislation to promote separation of the province has been declared both unconstitutional and a treaty violation. And just the day before, British Columbia Court of Appeal ruled on the UN declaration. So 26 plus 2 is what, how many, 28? Let's see how many will be implemented under the spirit of reconciliation. The reverse is starting to happen when late Justice Sinclair called it a war of laws. New laws are being advocated now to not follow the court decisions. So it's, on one hand, we're taking 1 step forward and then 2 steps back. But let's keep going anyway in terms of steps forward. And I just wanted to uplift the judicial community for their efforts to advance reconciliation.
I think you've hit a really important point there, thinking about the power of law and the power of laws. Looking back, we saw how law was applied in such a destructive and negative manner. It continues to be on the books. I mean, just the Indian Act itself, which has come up in multiple times during the conversation. Inversely, I guess, you know, I look to a place like the University of Victoria, where I'm now based, and I think we're now at the 4th cohort of folks graduating with a degree in Indigenous legal orders. And the team there now has a commitment to rebuild 5 complete Indigenous legal orders from tip to tail. as the next phase of that Indigenous laws effort that in so many ways was stimulated and, you know, kicked into high gear by the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So this is pretty exciting stuff in a lot of ways in terms of how the legal landscape and how the system of laws that we have in this country are actually being improved and worked upon in a very substantive way. So I think there's good reason for hope, and there's good reason to feel optimism looking forward. Broadly, you know, so much of what the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was tasked with was not just presenting a path forward, but a path forward for healing. And Marie, as you think about what's the work still to come, you know, what's on your mind when we think about healing? Healing as a nation, healing as individuals, healing as a community that, you know, you've already spoken about a bit on this panel.
Well, I would just, I'd find myself thinking about, with the echo of what Willie said about go and keep going and help somebody else to keep going. It's a good frame in a way to remind us that that's exactly what happened throughout the commission. And at the end, we started off by talking about 10 years ago and our chair, and often quoted for the important statement that he made at that time. It was actually in the June gathering, but it was in that 10-year period. And he said, we've described for you a mountain, and now it's for you to do the climbing. But I think how we can discourage ourselves is if we think that that's a straight line up that mountain. And anybody who's either climbed a mountain, trekked a mountain, or driven up a mountain for that matter knows you can only do it with switchbacks, you know, and there's weaving back and forth, and sometimes you actually dip down again before you're up. And so I think that the focus has to be on what is still possible and encouragement, because the alternative is that we give up. The alternative is that we allow the country to give up. And I think the challenge, you know, we basically, what we did in our conclusions was really simple. We listed 94 things, nothing magic about the number 94. We kind of ran out of time and steam. We probably could have come up with, you know, others. But it covered the broad categories, not that we had in our heads, but that touched on all that we had heard from all over the country, from coast to coast to coast. And what we said, and what I have said repeatedly, and I know that Willie has as well, is read those calls to action and ask yourself the question, where do I fit in? Where do I fit in? Where do the communities and associations I am a part of fit in? And then try to do something good. We didn't prescribe exactly you should do this or that, because it wouldn't make sense everywhere in the country, but try. And what we've seen and what I have witnessed is trial, and sometimes trial and disappointment, sometimes trial and error, but many times in a way that we can't yet tally, trial and success and improvement and transformation and movement forward. And I think that when I look forward to the National Council for Reconciliation, I hope they'll also find ways to lift up examples of good things happening so that we can encourage each other. I think about the work that the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation is doing and how inspirational that beautiful new facility will be that Stephanie told us about last night as a gathering place. And knowing that the records not only are there and safe, but that they are alive to the extent that we can continue to breathe respectful life into them and make them accessible. Because I mean, the one thing that I would say that we haven't talked about at all, and this is very importantly a gathering focused on survivors and on the health supports, but we have to also remember honestly that the journey we were on included all the parties to the settlement agreement. And there were people from faith communities and from multiple levels of government, from all the national Indigenous organizations who were those parties to the settlement agreement. And Her Excellency was one of those who was there on behalf of the Inuit at that time. And we have to not start letting people off the hook as if it's come back to being an Indigenous challenge only. We have to make sure that those parties to the settlement agreement are held to their promises, and it's why so many of the calls to action are worded in the way they are, to talk about in partnership with, in association with, in collaboration with, in agreement with, in consultation with, and so on. Because we can do big things if we are all working in the same direction to the same purpose. And I think we have to keep expecting that of ourselves and of others.
So working together being a huge theme that I've just heard you say, and working together to do big things as well. It takes a huge collective effort to,
But not a takeover one of the other. That's
of course,
the thing,
yeah.
you see? That's what's so different from our history and what should be our present and our future, what should be.
Sure. Willie, looking forward, healing, what comes to mind when you think about that? Yesterday you talked about a decade-long plan, but I mean, healing is so central not only to our national journey, but I know yours is an individual journey as well.
Well, it was so individual that I told you the truth of my acting career as a Christmas tree last night.
And fish song singer.
And a fish, yes. But going back to healing, and thank you again, Your Excellency, for capturing that. It's not only about healing past harms, but I remember one hearing in the north. It might have been north of nowhere, but it was in the north, where an old man said to us, you guys, you talk about healing. You want to heal? He said to us, go to the bush. Go to the bush and find a tree. But make sure you bring protocol with you and offer tobacco in the 4 directions. And then if you really want to heal, talk to that tree. And you'll start to heal. But more importantly than talking to the tree, listen to the tree. I thought, wow, you talk about traditional knowledge and wisdom of our elders. That was just kind of calling us to go right back to our connection with the land, a spiritual connection with the land. So healing, and as she said, there's different kinds of healing. I think of one word, for example, we say well-being. And I heard our brothers and sisters down south switch that around. Healing is about being well. And when you ask about what's the difference, they say, well, being well is about balance. It's about balancing your physical element of life, your mental element of life, your cultural element of life, and most importantly, your spiritual element of life. And you balance those 4 quadrants as a formula of success, in a sense, to healing. So the whole notion of healing from a different lens, as we were told to expand our lens just before our talk here, I'm really encouraged by what I see across the country in terms of healing. Because people will come to me many places to thank the commission, because they said, because of the commission, I'm now on a healing journey. And to me, that's a big signal and comment about success for the commission. So being well and healing is not like well-being, is what they say. In fact, the Mayans, our brothers and sisters, they gave us 4 prophecies. You know about the Mayan calendar, right? It was 5,000 years long. And recently it came to an end. And I remember newspapers across the country saying the Mayans are predicting the end of the world. So you know what? Over 10,000 people went to Walmarts and a place they stocked up with a whole pile of groceries and milk. what they were saying it's the end of the calendar, not the end of the world. So that's how we reacted. But in that ceremony called the Baktun, I was invited to attend, thankfully. There was an all-night ceremony, and the old people, the spiritual leaders around the fire, as the sun was going down, they said, let's say good night to grandfather's son. And throughout the night they prayed, and they stopped 4 times, and they made 4 prophecies I think we're starting to live and see. They said things will get better for Indigenous peoples if 4 things happen. The first thing, spirituality has to come back to leadership. And they prayed some more, and then the second man stood up and he said, things will get better for Indigenous peoples when women take a more prominent role in leadership, and we're seeing that. The third prophecy they made is we have to begin to build on the strengths of our people. You know, as Right Honourable Joe Clark was here last night, I was going to tell a story about him in my language, in Cree. There was a time in our history not too long ago, thanks to the James Bay Cree for stopping it. Our family of provinces was going to, one of the family members was going to separate, if you remember that. And we were on a committee together, a joint House of Commons and Senate committee, went across the country. And we were facing a very difficult challenge about a possible separation. But he went to an old man, Right Honourable Joe Clark went to an old man, and he asked one question: what can we do to keep our family together? At the time, I think he was a Minister of Foreign Affairs. And the old man told him one word in Cree, Ofpintuk. Ofpintuk. And what that means is, to make it a little bit quicker, we have to start lifting each other up. Ofpintuk means lift each other up. And that's what the Mayan also were saying. We have to quit putting each other down. It's time that we lift each other up. And that's what he came back with as a message to the rest of the committee, the Right Honourable Joe Clark, and I thanked him for that. But the last one they said was going to be the most difficult challenge. Things will get better, yes, if spirituality comes back to leadership, if women take a more prominent role, if we begin to build on the strengths of our people. The key is going to be unity. Things will get better in those 3 areas if we're united in our efforts. So it's about unity. And that's the same coincidental message we ended up with in TRC. We have to work together. So it's interesting that they would have this prophecy. And they said, good morning to baby son, when the new calendar started. I thought, what a way to say goodbye to grandfather son and say welcome to baby son for the new calendar for the Mayans with those 4 predictions. Things are going to get better.
That is a not only a powerful but an extremely hopeful vision, commitment to the future, a belief that working together, embracing these principles of reconciliation that you've so beautifully put forward as a commission to the entire country, helping one another, lifting each other up, that we can get through this, and I feel that as well. I feel that deeply, despite the challenges that still exist, and certainly the leadership of you both and Mazina Gizik Ibon and all of the other leaders in the room as well, because I would say, I know this in my heart of heart, each and every person in this room has been a leader, a committed and dedicated leader for truth and reconciliation in your own ways, shapes, and forms. You should be so proud of the work that you've done. And I'm certainly so proud of the work that these commissioners have done as well. And Marie, maybe we'll just give the last word to you, because I did get the signal that we're about out of time. But I know part of your journey after the TRC was writing down some of your experiences and spending some time, and I think you wanted to share just a couple words from your own personal affirmation out to the country around what your message of hope is, and maybe we'll leave it with your a few words from you to wrap it up here on this wonderful panel.
Thank you, Rai. And you know, I just want to say, because we don't get many opportunities, I just want to say what an honor it is to sit here with Willie. And I'll tell you something that you may be surprised to know. Not once after the end of the commission did all 3 commissioners ever get a chance to be back together in the same room. And it's a whole, you know. And I'm so grateful to be sitting with you, Willie. And what I wanted to make sure is that the story of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the survivors at the heart of that story who made it happen, I wanted to make sure that over time, as we are all aging, and we're already missing our friend, and I wanted to make sure that this unprecedented national story is never forgotten or deformed. And so I thought, well, I will bring my my skills and my own knowledge as a journalist to try to capture the first-hand account of what we lived through with all of you, and to tell that. And so this, actually, the very last pages are exactly on the topic of hope. So I'll just read this little section. Thank you so much for that. I hope that what an unprecedented 7,000 survivors have said in recorded statements to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada will be widely heard, diligently taught in all our schools, and perpetually commemorated, lest we forget. My hope is that as a result of the commission, we will listen to the longing in survivors' voices and find ways to walk each other home to a greatness not yet known, that we will bring patience, compassion, resources, and skilled care to supporting those who are still in the midst of gut-wrenching healing journeys, that we will support the reclamation work that is underway as stolen languages and cultural practices are restored, and that we will begin to fill the glaring educational, economic, and socio-political gaps so that Indigenous children can grow up feeling proud and certain of who they are, knowledgeable of their languages, histories, and heroes, and so that all of Canada may be enriched in national wisdom and international reputation by the rebalancing of a shared country. May we keep our eyes and hearts open to each other. May we learn the lessons of injustice, hardship, and failure, and act with determined hope for what is still possible. May we respect the worth of each and every life with its potential to make a difference. And may we hold to belief in the universally sacred teaching of love, which lies at the heart of all possible reconciliation, with its power to transform everything: a life, a relationship, a country, a world. Hidagoga Kadi.
Well, what a beautiful sentiment to end this wonderful conversation on, that sentiment of love. You know, the one power that is limitless within us, that combats hate better than any other tool that we have within us, and makes all life that much better. So thank you to your both commissioners for your service, your dedication, your commitment, and most importantly, the wonderful sharing that's happened today. It's been quite a journey up to this point, and still a long journey ahead of us. And thank you so much for your leadership and for sharing your words today.
Once again, a huge thank you to Dr. Marie Wilson, Dr. Wilton Littlechild, and of course, our moderator today, Rai Moran. Let's hear it for them again. It was so lovely to hear Dr. Littlechild talking about the amazing Oilers land acknowledgement he does with the Oilers. I was so excited to work with him to write that acknowledgement. I do work with the Oilers as their Indigenous consultant for the last 4 years. We, when that video plays, we have the Cree translations all around the room, as well as the syllabics translations all around the room. And so it's amazing to have language like that as part of that land acknowledgement. And we have Edna Elias here and Mr. Littlechild, who were part of that original team to create that first Indigenous night in 2022. So it's very, very exciting. All right, my friends, we're about to have our break, and then we're going to go to our breakout sessions. Don't forget, tonight we have bingo at 7:30 to 9. I hope you all come to bingo tonight. It's going to be amazing. Don't forget, our breakouts are happening in about 10 minutes. Breakout 1 is here, Indigenous Wisdom and Trauma. Breakout 2 is in Governor General Room 2, Writing for Therapy. Breakout 3 is in Governor General 3, which is Your Voice, Your Responsibility. So please have a quick break, head to your breakouts. We'll see you all very soon. So much. I gotta try that stick challenge with somebody as well. I think that's really cool. Maybe I'll just stick with myself till I can hold it. Anyway, that concludes our day. Thank you so much for being here today. Reminder once again, it's bingo night at 7:30. Come back here for bingo. So many great prizes. All of our vendors have donated a huge amount of prizes. We also have some Arc'teryx jackets. I think the grand prize is a $500 Arc'teryx jacket. So come back. And we have fiddlers performing as well. It's going to be great. But if you don't want to come, we'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock for breakfast again, 9 o'clock for our first session. Oh, there'll be everything provided for you. Dabbers, everything like that will be here. You don't need to bring anything. Bring yourself. It'll be great. Okay, my friends? Have a great day. And see you in the morning or later. See ya. Bye.